a sophisticated dish that expertly controls the fat of the salmon. The salmon roe will be placed on top prior to serving.
Right.
But if some guy thought he was going to put you to sleep at the controls and kill you in a plane crash,
A little extra pocket money never came amiss, Blimpy. My mission is to photograph Rexor's controls. Yours is to line our pockets.
Don't get the wrong idea. Tonight is not about that at all. Quite the opposite. We're doing an activity which could be described as maybe like the least profitable of all the activities. At least if you count profit in terms of monetary gain, because there's no money in this. There's zero money in this. Okay. Yeah. Cool. That's all good. All right. May as well kick over to here. Hi. Hello. So, I don't really have an excuse for missing last week's streaming. I thought that I'd have time, but then work just turned out to be to take extra long, and then a bunch of other stuff happened, and I was like, nah, I'm not in the right spot for this. But this week, I don't know. I'll level with you. I've been in kind of a slump. It's been difficult to kind of get stuff done. It's been difficult to kind of engage with fun things for a while. So I figured, right, because it's November now. In a couple of weeks, it's going to be December. And I'm working on a thing in DOS, so it kind of follows that I should probably just absolutely flog myself to try and get it done. In at least by the end of December. I think that's kind of a realistic goal. During December, I'm probably going to just be playing games. Like, no fixing, no work, just game. But it's November, so I don't have that excuse. Anyway, I'm just going to quickly pull down the current changes for this adventure game engine that we've been working on for God knows how long now. I've lost all track of time. Okay, that's all been pulled. So yeah, so this is an adventure game engine that's been developed from scratch in C. What are we going to call this? Like DJGPP C, so 32-bit, with Lua as like the scripting layer, and it's been we've made a fair amount of progress. Actually, it's been a while. Let's wipe everything, build it from scratch. Okay, did I screw up? Oh, hang on. That's right. I was modifying the yeah, I was modifying this file, so I better fix that. Lua 82. Yeah, okay. All this stuff it's not going to work. So get rid of that. Get rid of this. Because these are all APIs that I've not written yet. But maybe we will add them in. So, DOSBox. Really, guy? Then expected near. Oh, did I change the some of the dialogue code? Yes, I did. God, it has been a while since I've worked on this, because I remember just kind of editing that on a whim. Okay, now it should work. Now that's valid Lua, and it's not going to crash. Oh, and I've got debugging turned on. So, so this is the game engine as it is now. Ignore all the debug boxes. So the red debug boxes are kind of the walkable area for the character, and you can see there's like a little kind of speck of green, which is the origin or the hotspot for the character. And yeah, like every kind of sprite has got a big blue box around it to show where the bounds are. And that includes like the text down the bottom and this inventory panel, which will kind of wind up and down. But yeah, like there's been a couple of improvements here. So we added an extra layer to this door, which I've not wired up yet. There's been, oh, that's right. Yeah, the inventory is all working now. So if I like pick up some cress, I can like put it into a slot, I can move it around, I can right click and it'll get returned to the slot that I took it from. I can pick up another item and use one item on the other and get shouted at. So inventory is looking pretty good, but we've got this big button over here. This big old button, which is going to open up a game menu. And like and yeah, so I was struggling with this for a while, because technically we could probably like scrape through and just not put in a menu system at all. But then, given that this is like an open source game engine, and ideally I'd like, it'd be cool if people would use it. I figured that in order to kind of get at least like sort of feature parity with AGS and like those other adventure game engines, you're gonna need some kind of like very basic mechanism for like drawing a window with some buttons on it and then being able to like click the buttons with like very little busy work. Because like, and yeah, for like the longest time I was like umming and ahhing. I was like, okay, do we just like repurpose what we've got here with like the sprite system and everything just have like that as a GUI and then do some stuff with that? And yeah, then eventually I just came to the conclusion, nope, bad idea. Let's make a bare bones widget set that might actually be useful to someone else. So the way we intend to do that is using these. So we've got here just like a little... So we've got like 3 images here. One showing that it's open, one hang on. Can we just go like 200? Oh no, it'll always just return back to whatever one it had. That's fine. But essentially, yeah, it's a 32 by 32 image. But what we can do... Essentially, I've added in the ability in the engine so that you can do what's called a 9 slice of that. So if I go into our engine code right here. So I've made like a new special type of image called a 9 slice. And it is essentially, I can give it a picture like this. I can tell it like, there's a cut point here, a cut point here, a cut point here, and a cut point here. And then also, by the way, scale it up to this width and height, and then it will just draw it properly on the screen. So if I like scroll back up to where I commented out all this junk, I should be able to... Oh, okay, yeah, I've already made some 9 slices, so we can just add one to the screen. So we'll just go test image, PT background. We'll pick one of these 9 slices, so btn.image. Wait, hang on. No, come back. PT9 slice copy. That's what I made. So btn image, we'll say that it's going to be 200 by 50. I think those are the only 2 things. And then we'll say that it just printed it like 32 by 32 on the screen. Z should be 0. Actually, no, Z should be 10, so it's right at the top. X, Y, Z, and collision, we'll say true. And then PT global add object test image. Okay, so if we reload this, there you go. You can see we've got our nice big our 9 slice, which I don't know why the 9 slice is kind of all the way over there. It should be at 32 by 32. I don't know why it's shifted over so much. Like this distance looks fine, but oh no, it's the top left of the screen. That is absolutely correct. Yeah, okay. But yeah, we can basically create virtual images that are any size, and it just tiles whatever's in the middle. So we're going to use that as kind of the image layer for our GUI toolkit, if that makes sense. So in terms of like what we would need to do to like make a good GUI, yeah, so I figure that we're definitely going to need a panel, which is going to be the equivalent of a window. Doesn't necessarily. I'm not going to bother like making it movable. It's all just going to be manual for now. And then on top of that, we're going to have a number of widgets. Specifically, I'm thinking like you're going to need a button, like a simple click button, some kind of like radio or checkbox button. So again, like the you know, they can be drawn as anything. They can be drawn as a sprite. They can be drawn as a what's it called, a 9 slice. But all this defines is like what the callback behavior is. So like what happens when you actually try and like click on it on the screen, or if you interact with it on the screen. And then the final one, which I'm really dreading, is a text box, which allows you to edit and type in like menu stuff. Because, you know, that seems like it would be kind of a useful thing to have for, say, saving your game, which is another feature that I have not really... Oh, it's another feature I have not added to the engine. We're probably not going to have to worry about this if we're careful. I don't know. I'm probably not going to have time to add a save game feature, at least to this lot, even though it is kind of going to be important. Oh god, yeah. But I mean, like, this is part of the experience. The experience of kind of like getting stuck in this rut, which is when you have so much, you know, when there's too much scope, then everything looks impossible. So you just got to like get a big old steak knife and start hacking lumps off until it starts being manageable again. So I think that, like, first pass, it's very achievable to create a panel thing which can have buttons or sprites on it. That seems like something we can do. So, and yeah, that's what this code here was. So typically when I'm kind of trying to architect a feature like this, I will write what I want it to look like first, and then fill in the blanks on the engine side. A pedant might suggest I should use a test framework for this, but yeah, they they're not developing DOS. There we go. That's an excuse. That'll be fine. Yeah, like on the to-do list also is writing like a backend so that it can so that you don't actually need DOS, and like maybe you could run it in like, I don't know, Linux or in Scripton or wherever, but that just I don't know. Kind of, we're running on fumes here, so we just got to kind of prioritize the DOS part for now. There'll be plenty of time to go back and make a completely different backend for the other thing later. Okay, so this stuff is okay. This stuff don't care about. So we'll go back to what our prototype is going to look like. So we're going to have this PT panel object, which is going to represent our window. And that just has to be like, that can be dead basic. So I think I've got the skeleton of it here. Essentially it just creates a data structure with the image and all the stuff in it. So I think we're going to have to add children as an empty table. And then if we're kind of being clean about it, we should probably document as we go. So we'll go panel structure, T fields, type, oh no, type first, string type, PT panel, T field, image, sorry, PT image. Okay. Image to use as a background. T field. X. Integer. X. X position of the panel in screen space. Same for Y. Oh god, yeah, Z ordering. I haven't thought about Z ordering. Presumably we're gonna need Z ordering. And then like the engine will shuffle the Z coordinate around on an as needed basis. Actually, no, maybe it won't. No, yes it will. God damn it. Whatever, for now, okay, for now we're not dealing with Z. We'll add Z in later. T field integer width of panel, T field integer height of panel, T field, sorry, table PT panel. So copy most of this jazz. T field table children child of held by panel. And then T results. Oh no, T return. Okay, there we go. So we've got the panel defined. All right. So going back to here, we've got we're going to need a couple more helpers. We're going to need we are going to need a helper function to add an object to a panel, and then we're going to need another helper function to add a panel, or add and remove a panel. Because the way I anticipate this happening, right, is that GUI widgets can only exist inside a panel. Like if you want to have like an invisible panel, that's fine, but it still needs to be there, and it still needs to kind of like intercept. That was the other thing. So what I was trying to avoid, what I was desperately trying to avoid, is that all of this sprite mouse over logic, I don't want that to interfere with the GUI. So essentially, if the GUI is up, I want that to receive mouse clicks. I don't want that. I want that event to be caught by this, or I want that event to be caught by the GUI and not to make its way down to the lower layers. And the easiest way to accomplish that is to have a different event system. Because I mean, this here is all like arbitrary callbacks that I did for like click handlers and stuff. Whereas for the GUI, I don't want to have to like define that every time. I just want to be able to like lay out my widgets and say, if you click this button, do this thing. So easiest way to do that is just have a different event processing stuff for a different event processing pipeline for the GUI than for like the background widgets and junk like that. Okay, so we're gonna actually detach this so that I can look at both at once. So we'll add in just some pt add panel. And I think I already have like some helper functions to only add something in once, which was PT add. Yeah, we've got PT add to list. Okay, so we go if panel then PT add to list. Oh, that's it. Yeah, okay. Okay. So this will be our global panel list. And we add panel to it. And then we'd end up going table sort PT panel list. Action. No, we won't do the sort thing yet because we're not dealing with Z ordering. Z ordering, I imagine we won't need a track with Z. Instead, we're just literally every time a panel is activated, it gets moved to the front of the list, and then you just render them from front to back. Like in this case, like I only anticipate there being like a couple of panels on the screen at any one time, but it's it should work. And we'll just go PT remove panel function panel if panel then yeah, and then this should be hidden. Okay, that's done. Then we're going to need a similar set of helpers just for adding in this, like adding an object. So PT panel. And then we just basically go panel dot actually what did I call it in PT group? Oh, okay, I called it objects in PT group, so we should probably keep a consistent naming convention. So we'll call it objects. And this is this, I mean, so far these, like this and this are basically the same, but potentially we might have to change how this operates if we make any changes to how we deal with widgets and the like. All right. Okay, we'll add in the option for a Z, for like Z ordering, but I don't think we need to expose it through the constructor because it's, I don't know, there's not going to be any kind of like fancy like flowing, you know, like flexbox logic or anything like that. It's just going to be position absolute in the window, X, Y, width, height. There you go. Those are your options. So, what is, okay, button test is not a thing that exists anymore. So we've done this. We've added panel add object and add panel. And then the end result goes here into this list. Oh yeah, and so PT button, you can specify 3 images, one for the default state, one for the hover state, and one for the active state. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of skullduggery to get the correct one, depending on like what state the button's gonna be in. Oh, did I copy the panel image over? I don't think I did. Okay. Okay, that's there now. Okay, so the only thing that we need to do now is add in a custom thing to our rendering code, which specifically renders the GUI. So here is our render loop, or our render subroutine. It currently goes through, draws all of the objects, then it draws the walk boxes, then it draws stuff that's in the global render list. So room first, then walk boxes, then global render list, then oh yeah, then sprite outlines, then mouse cursor. So I think that between this and mouse cursor is where we're going to do our our windows. Is it pairs? Iterative function, the table T and 0, so that the construction yeah, okay, sure. PT panel list do end. Okay, and then we'll do a similar thing. So we'll go for object X, Y in PT iter objects. Panel. Oh, that's right. I should add a type check in here. So go panel and panel type PT panel, just to make sure that everything is above board. Okay, yeah, and that will get... I could mod PT iter objects to... nah, screw it. Do things the easy way. So we'll just copy this drawing code and mod it. Yeah, we will have to change PT get image from object to do the right thing. But we'll just basically go panel.x plus x, panel.y, y. Yep, that seems normal. Then finally, pt get image from object. So this is a quite complicated unpacking method that rummages around for the correct image to use. But I think that we can just cheese it really. Because like PT panel, it's only ever going to have one image type. Although technically we could have more. For now, it's just going to be one. But we'll just add in else if. Okay, and then finally we'd need to go else if PT button, then okay, and that's going to be the tricky one because we have, so we basically needed actually no, we wouldn't need it, we wouldn't need a check here because yeah, so we have three, like in this case, like I've got three images here. I've got one that's the default, I've got one which is when it's in hover state, and one which is when you've pushed it in. And I think the way that we're going to do this is that the button is going to have properties that defines if it's in hover and if it's in active. And those will be set by the event loop. They will not be set inside here. They'll just be read from inside here. So I'll go back. Yeah, here we go. So we've got hover, active, and disabled. So we'll just basically go if object Actually, no, we don't. We just check to see if it's got the image. Okay. So those are all of our different states. I don't have a disabled image for this yet, but we will probably need one. Okay, so that's all that, which then means in the yeah, okay, so that then means in the event updating loop, which is going to be here, I think. We're going to have to add something which like messes with the buttons. So we have this thing here which pumps the event. It then checks to see if we're not in grabbed input mode, which is essentially when you don't have a mouse. It then puts, oh, that's right, yeah, it just checks to see if there's a callback for that event and then does it. In grabbed input mode, it then does this, which basically just checks to see if like we're scrolling through text or skipping a cutscene or whatever. And then there's this one here, PT update mouse over. I think that for now we'll mod PT update mouse over. Because this is the code which is all about checking to see if anything is being hovered over. Okay, which makes me think like we're probably gonna need like a special GUI only mode, aren't we? Because otherwise, the risk is that like when the GUI is up, we don't want like all the stuff in the background, like background interactions to work the same way. That would be bad. Hey Summer, yes, GUI only mode. We're struggling through the most painful part of getting to parity with like AGS, which is like the lack of widgets. So drawing the widgets has been done. I just need to find a way to kind of get all of the plumbing put together, which is hopefully what this is. Okay, so we've got this mouse, this function here, which updates stuff on mouse over. For now, we are going to just iterate through every panel. Actually, no, we're not going to iterate through every panel. We're just going to look at the top panel because that'll be the one that's active. The other ones don't care about. We just care about the one that's active. So yeah, I'm going to write that down so I don't forget because that seems kind of important. We're going to basically say the last entry in the list is the current active panel. Sorry, the last entry of the list, which has, isn't there a flag? Did I add a flag for this? I don't know. I don't know if this is what we want to do. This is... Actually, what am I saying? So local PT panel... what are we going to call this? So we've got grab input, and we'll sort... So like these, yeah, we've got like grab input and release input, which is essentially the methods that are used to say that like the game engine is getting everything. So like whenever a character is talking or moving around or a cutscene is happening, that's in grabbed input mode, and that that runs in a slightly different way, in that like when you click the mouse, it'll just interpret that as skipping a line of text rather than doing moving around stuff on the screen. So I think we need another flag that's similar to that. So we'll say like, so we'll call it PT input in input input for GUI. And then we'll just go PT okay, no, we got to think smart. Got to think smart about this, because essentially what we're going to do is we're going to click on this button here, which is actually just a sprite, and that is going to switch us into like GUI mode. And then immediately what's going to happen is that this menu is going to retract, and the menu will appear here. And then from like a code perspective, there's probably going to be a button which like disables the GUI. So I think that like we're going to have... So yeah, I think that we will basically... It makes sense. It makes sense to have like a flag which basically turns the GUI on and off. What I'm not sure about is that should we kind of design this from the ground up so that like GUI input is like exclusive? Like it just kind of, you can't mess with stuff on the screen when you're in GUI mode. Or would it be better to just have... I could just look at what AGS does. I could just kind of nick what they do. And that's got like a certain weasel appeal to it, to not fall and not reinvent the wheel, not bike shed something that's already been done. Just look at what AGS does. Oh my god, I've got way too many damn tabs. Okay. Adventure Game Studio GUI. I should really... Oh yeah, okay. There we go. So... Wait, no, don't go there. Did I say go there? Adventure Game Studio AGS. Okay. So that's... Yeah, alright. So if we look at like the widgets that AGS gives you, you get a button, you got a label, you got a text box, you got a slider, you got a list box, and you've got the inventory. But... And yeah, how do they do it? Okay, so GUI scripting changed to 2.7. This tutorial needs to be updated. Okay, well, I won't pay too much attention to it then. If we just go to like the main page, AGS, manual. Ah, this is what I'm after. Okay, GUI editor. The user interface is automatically disabled during blocking actions, so that'll be the same as that kind of grab input, but it's achieved using the script function to disable interface. Okay, so they have a flag which allows you to auto do that. Each GUI is a rectangular region on the screen which is drawn on top of the background scene, typically configured with one of the following behaviors. Always be displayed, pop up when the mouse moves to a certain position, pop up on screen command only, yeah, whatever. Once you've opened up a GUI, you'll notice the GUI itself is in the main window and its settings can be edited in the thing, yep. Okay, I see, so... Okay, so they have several modes that you can do it with. So you can either auto hide it, you can pause the game when shown, and you can always show it. I see, alright, so... Okay, so they don't actually have a... Oh, no, they've got this pause game when shown flag. So maybe that's what we need. So we'll just say like, we could have two flags. We could have like one flag for pausing the game and then another flag for... Yeah, that's it. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to have a flag for pausing the game. We're going to have that flag... Yeah, we're going to have a flag for pausing the game. We're going to have a flag for showing the GUI. And then we will rig it so that when you pause the game... I don't know. We'll just make it so that when you open the GUI, you also pause the game and vice versa. So that way, you're not... It's not either or. You can do whatever you want. Okay, this is good. This is good stuff. All right. So we're gonna. Where should we do this? Okay, this is all the verb callback stuff. I think we should do it near the. Yeah, around here. So we'll go. Local PT game paused false. Put a couple of setters PT. Right, okay. So we got this, which will, got this mechanism for like pausing the game. We will probably have to go through this mess here so that everything is suspended. Because we've got like run verb and we've got this stuff. But technically, like okay, simple approach to go. If not if pt game pause return. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, like that won't affect like event handling, which does things like moving the mouse and getting all that stuff. It'll only affect like scripts run in the game, like yeah, so like the coroutines layer, that's just used for like script, stuff, game scripts that are run as a thread, which are things that are kicked off by us. So it's fine to just say, if the game is paused, don't do anything with them. Right. So then I think that we would need to... So we've got that mechanism. We've got that mechanism to pause the game. We would probably also need to, in the event processing stuff. So we've got update mouse over. And the event stuff. Okay, so... All right, so I'm tempted to say that like none of this stuff should be running while in pause mode. The rendering stuff, that remains the same, but like the event pumping, actually no, the event pumping should still happen, but like none of this, like we've got like a check here for, is the input grabbed? We should probably... So we'll go if... Ooh. Actually, yeah, how should we do this? Actually, sorry. The mouse over thing. Oh, okay. So the mouse over script just happens based on get mouse pause. Get mouse pause, if I recall correctly, just... Oh yeah, okay. So that gets it from the C code. So technically we don't actually have to pump any events to get the mouse position, so that simplifies things a tiny bit. So I think what we will do is... Okay, so we'll pump the event. We will do... Okay, do we need to put it in... Do we need to put the cut point in here, or do we need to put the cut point in about here? I think what we would need to do is that... God, I don't know. I really don't know. So we've got... Yeah. Let's just put it in here for now. Because we've got... Yeah, because like the code, I mean, whatever. We'll see fairly quickly if it doesn't work, and that's better than just kind of thinking about it. So we'll go. So we'll just so. Oh wait, what does PT update room do? Oh, okay, okay, PT update room updates like the current actors walking around. Okay, so we'll say that if PT game paused, then return. So we'll say and for now, okay, yeah, for now we're not going to deal with like callbacks or events or anything like that. We are just going to deal with like the button highlighting when you flop over it, I think. So we'll just go for I panel in I pairs PT panel list do end. Don't know why the syntax highlighting just dies there, but whatever. Yep, so we've got all of this. We basically just do local x y equal pt get mouse pause if do I not have a I do not have a helper method to just check to see if something is inside a bounding box? That's kind of annoying. Okay. Okay, so if x is greater than or equal to x plus widget dot XY. So we'll just go x is less than, sorry, x is greater than or equal to, sorry, greater than or equal to x, test x is less than x plus y, sorry, x plus width. Test y less than or equal to y plus height. Oh, Lewis should use and. Okay. We can use and. So then we basically just go if pt test rect widget type okay. Bit manky, but it should work, I think. Anyway, let's see if that builds. Nope. 743. Oh right, because I did that. Because I forgot to put in then. Oh, that explains why all the syntax highlighting was cooked, because of that. Okay. So that's there. How are we doing for CPU? Yeah, DOSBox not having a good time. I think yeah. I think I might have to like do some optimization at some point. Because it was snappy, but now it's kind of it's lagging a little bit. Hey, son of Eld, hey bloody cactus. We are struggling. We're struggling to get a working GUI equivalent into this game engine, and I'm trying not to be disheartened by the fact that look how slow that is. Wait, why is it only sometimes slow? So yeah, the other thing which I'm kind of very skeptical about is that like this computer, I think it's because I'm using OBS as like hardware encoding. This computer is not consistent with like in terms of rendering speed. And I'm not sure if this is like, it could be like some other part of my setup which is causing the fact that it's being slow. I really need like a better profiler than just like looking at DOSBox. Nevertheless, that I would have thought that should have done something. Anything in the error log? No, don't see any whinging in the error log. Okay, that just updates like the flag and everything. The actual drawing code was somewhere down in here. Yeah, down here. If object visible, oh crap, okay. Maybe we don't have... Yeah, okay. So it wasn't showing it because of that. I think. Oh, I didn't recompile. I must be... Okay, I'm missing something here. Because we have the panel list. Actually, turn that off so I can get at it through the debug console. Gonna just telnet in. Okay, PT panel list. Okay. So we've got our panel. It has... Oh, it's got a height of 128 but a width of 0, which implies that I've screwed up typing the arguments. But that shouldn't affect... I mean, that shouldn't affect the button technically, though. The button should have drawn okay. even if the panel is like width 0. Okay, so... Oh no, the image... The image... Oh, right, okay, yep. Yep, okay. Yeah, so that's... Oh yeah, and the same thing would be there for the button, okay. That would be because our constructor code needs to actually tell this 9 slice what size to be. I just haven't done that. We can do that. Because of, I mean like ideally the source of truth for that should be like this button widget or this panel widget. But like the problem that I was kind of running into is that the API that we currently have in the engine for images expects the image to have a knowledge of how of its own size. And so in order to kind of like allow a 9 slice to be like a drop-in replacement for just a normal image, you need to be able to specify, or you need to bundle in the expected width and height. So that would just have to be something that we need to intercept and change in here. So we'll just go if image and image type pt 9 slice, then image equals pt 9 slice copy with height. There we go. And it just makes a copy of all the references and everything, except with Yeah, except with like the width and the height hard coded, and that's fine. We don't intend to kind of it does. We're not trying to like reinvent the wheel here. We're not trying to do like a fancy flow GUI. We're not trying to do reactive state or any junk like that. We are just trying to make the damn thing work. so this will be fine. So we'll go target images equals this. If images, then so just do this horrible boilerplate a few more times. Actually, no. I need to think with need to think like I'm a Lua developer. So for I key in defaults, hover, disabled, active. Key oh. Yeah, sure. What? And expected to close. Okay. 245. Okay, somewhere along the line I destroyed an end by accident. It's probably in here. End. Close, but yeah. PT panel list. How are we looking now? Okay, well we've got, okay, so the panel is the right size. It's got a width and a height now, and it's got a button which has also got a width and a height, and it's got one type for each image. And if I were to like move the mouse cursor over here, I think it's about here, this hover flag should change. It was a guess. Okay. Someone says, we all accidentally destroy ends once in a while. But what kind of end, though? A rhetorical question worth pondering. What do we got? It's meant to be there. Why no work? Okay, let's just do the equivalent of this code and see what happens. Where did my terminal go? It's here. Someone says, why no work? Me at the shitty business software code base every day. Yeah, it's if you don't develop your strategies for either like incrementally improving it or just kind of going, trying not to go mad at like the prospect of the tools lying to you, then it's not a good place to be in. You have my full sympathy. All right. So we should, okay, so if I just do like this, like for I panel in iPairs PT panel list do, oh, I can't do it on the REPL. I can't do it in the REPL, dang it. Print panel end. Oh no, I've no, I guess the REPL just doesn't support it. Okay. Someone says, the humongous codebase is full of legacy crap and non-legacy crap created by a few really good engineers and many less good engineers who are constantly rushed to add new features without care about technical debt. So, hell. Yeah, it's those smart ones you got to be worried about. They just wrecking things for everybody. There is a slightly worse hell, and that is like rewriting from scratch. Like initially it sounds preferable, but then very quickly, especially if it's just like a whole bunch of business logic, it just gets real hellish real quick. All right, how do we test this then? So I'm going to assume that iPairs works. That seems fair. I don't think it's too controversial to expect iPairs to work. So PT panel list 1 is our panel. And then PT panel and I can't scroll to the left. Dang it. PT panel list 1 objects. Yeah, okay. And it's just got a button. Let's just do this the messy way. So we'll just go print frame okay, so it wasn't actually reaching there. Wasn't actually reaching in here. So we'll go... Oh, is it because I used iPairs and it's not meant to be iPairs? God damn it. Yeah, it's probably going to be that, isn't it? It's not there. How about print object? Yeah, just why not? Create the world's biggest log file. I don't care. I got all the disk space on Earth. Nothing. Nothing is... Okay. Is it just not reaching there? Oh, is it this iter objects? Is iter objects just not... Okay, it must be iter objects that's gumming up the works. Oh, right, and rendering them in reverse. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, and also this code wouldn't actually render the window. It would just render... Yeah, okay. I see. I see how it is. Okay, so let's do it like this and put in like a proper edge case. So we'll go it else if obj type pt panel and objects is greater than 0, then I mean technically it would be the same as a group. Oh god, no, but then we'd have to like, we'd still need to like output the panel picture. Oh, Bloody Cactus says, the whole pairs, I pairs really annoys me. I prefix all my vars functions with I so I know it's I pairs specific. Yeah, every time I read the manual for Lua, so iPairs says returns 3 values an iterative function in the table t and 0. And like that looks like exactly what we want. But there's also pairs which then oh, but that okay. Is iPairs exactly the same as pairs except that it calls like the pairs meta method? Like it looks the same. Oh, it's because pairs is key value and then iPairs is index value? Yeah, okay, that's okay. I get it now. I think I get it now. So actually maybe it is iPairs. For iterating through this. iPairs only works if the table is sequential array, not a hash table. Yeah, okay. So panel list is iPairs. That's fine. And there was one other spot. No, it was just, yeah. So I think I had it right the first time. I was just grasping. Yeah, like this can also be pairs because it's technically a sequential list. Okay. What? Alright, well... So if we go back to iter objects, actually I know exactly how to solve this. We'll do this, we'll put in an iter for group or panel, and that will iterate as normal. But we'll just do a special top level blip just for the panel picture. And we'll go panel X, panel Y, flags. Cool. And then that, yeah, that should just be caught up by this. There's probably a way of forcing iter objects to do it, but I don't know. That's seems very failure prone. I'll worry about that later. God damn it, there's still nothing. Yeah, the rendering that first triangle is always the hardest. Okay, get image from object. Did I put in a special case for panel? I did. I freaking did. I said get the first one and return that. So that should work. I don't understand why that does not work. So if I just put in print frame, and then, oh, that's right. I gotta, okay, put that in there. Then I gotta recompile. Then I gotta run DOSBox. Yep. And it's really slow, so I'm guessing that wrote it to the logs. It didn't write it to the logs, God. Okay. All right, ergo, it must not be reaching here. Oh wait, no, no. Print, I forgot how this works. So print doesn't actually print to the log file. There's a separate method for that. The one that I'm looking for is if I open up the telnet. Yeah, okay, so it prints it to telnet. And yeah, we've got here we've got here our image, which has like a user data pointer, and it's got all of that. So that is being okay. If panel put all that into here. But that looked okay, that looked like it was working though. That looked like it should have been blitting to the screen. Which then, yeah, which calls pt draw image. Actually, I mean, there's nothing stopping like this from going all the way down here. Yeah, and that should just give us, because I've added like this blit wrapper, which like updates the list of like debug drawing lines. We should get debugging just by shuffling that around. Or freaking not. Okay. Search through all that stuff. We're doing a blit, which we've confirmed. We confirmed that we're getting a frame out of it. Actually, I'll double check. I'll double check that we're actually getting a frame. No, we're not getting a frame out of it. Okay, so that's bad. We should be getting a frame out of get image from object. Oh my goodness. Hey there, nice to see you, Guy Creative. Welcome. We're just in the middle of trying to debug an adventure game engine that we are making in DOS. It currently looks like this. It's quite messy because we've got like all the debug lines and everything turned on, but yeah, we're trying to add in like message boxes and GUIs and like GUI elements and such. But yeah, how are you doing? How was your stream? I really need to like figure out how to do the whole I need to fix my text so that it tells me what like the previous person was doing. Unfortunately, I don't have that up in front of me. Hungry? Yeah, that's very relatable actually. Completely understandable. Yeah. Hope you have like a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy something delicious from the fridge. Just yeah. Just kick it back, kick it easy. Okay. Where the freak were we? Okay, so there should be like a message box that appears right here, and I don't get why it's not appearing there. We've added in like a bunch of stuff to make it show up. It's also made slightly more difficult by the fact that this is, I mean, you can see that we're running this in DOSBox. The entire, like all of the development has been done in DOS. I haven't cheated. I haven't done like a proper build for modern computers. All we get is the stuff that's in DOSBox, and there is like an escape hatch. There's like a pretend serial cable connected to DOSBox, and we can use that to get like a debug console, which I've been using to like interrogate things. So if we go like PT panel list, we can see here is like the information about the window that should be in the top left, but is not. Dang. All right. So, and yeah, the place where it looked like it was getting caught up is that we have this helper method here, which is meant to sieve out all of the images. In this case, it's meant to sieve out like the image that's used to paint the background and then split it to the screen. But that is not returning anything when it damn well should. And we've got, okay, so it checks to see if there's an object. It then checks to see if it's one of these types. And, okay. Did I screw this up maybe? Is it actually not called image? No, it is called image. It's here. Yeah. What is going on? All right. So print panel type.
Song. Press the note to pick the song.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Guy Creative. Alright, what are we friggin' doing? We are... Terminal. That's the thing. Okay. So... putting in a print statement, that should immediately start spamming this shell here with... yeah, like it should be spamming with the type, but that's not happening, which makes me think that maybe I didn't set visible. PT panel. Yeah, oh. So here's what happened, right? So I added in this flag here to show whether or not the window is visible, and then I did nothing with it. I just let it hang there. So the actual game code is here, and if I add in true, actually, you know what, screw it. It should just be a default. If visible nil, then visible equals true. Okay, that's an improvement. Okay, so we've got this new debug box here, so we can see the outline of what's meant to be there. So that's an improvement. We don't see the actual thing, and yeah, now we've got the debug console that is spitting out the PT panel plus the image that's meant to be drawn there. But why? Okay, so it's got the image. Why is it not drawing it to the screen? That's yeah, alright, so it's here. It checks to see if it's an image, then it will try and draw it, then it will add lines to the debug overlay. So that last bit is working, but I'm guessing PT draw image is not. And yeah, so we have this 9-slice image, which has an image inside it, which contains the actual pointer back to C, which contains all the graphic stuff. So why no work? Why does it not get here? Print. Really? Okay. Yeah, it's there. It should be working. Oh, is the image file... Can it not find the image file? Can it not find the image file? Is it doing everything correct except it can't find like the PNG file with this thing in it? Okay, that sounds plausible actually. What have we got in the log? Have we got a we've like all the way up the top. Stand, walk, wrench, BTN. Okay, assets panel PNG. Okay, it's that. Okay, so another fun thing about DOS, another fun thing about our good friend MS-DOS, you only get 256 colors, at least with the graphics mode that we're using. So, and normally that's fine, but the thing is that means that you need to down convert your images. So they all need to be in 256 colors too. And because I just copied this from my laptop without testing it, that means I forgot to do that. But easy. Okay, so I think we can just go convert. Actually, hang on. Magic convert panel.png colors 256 panel.png. Freaking finally. Okay, so we've got the window. We can see the window overlay. We can't see the button, but I'm guessing that's because we're not drawing it, or it's not being racked up. Okay, that's an improvement. It's a small improvement. Okay, so this part working great. Changed nothing. Perfect. This bit here needs a lot of work. So the PT iter objects. So this is a bunch of glue code which kind of sifts through like a big object, like a scene graph, like a big object tree. And I thought that we could kind of recycle it to we could recycle it to print all of the stuff to the screen, like all the other things to the screen. But apparently not. Apparently we can't do that. So I think that maybe what we're going to have to do. There actually one of my, yeah. So the advantage of using something like this would mean that we wouldn't, we'd get like groups and stuff for free. And that's appealing because then we don't have to like reinvent the wheel a bunch with drawing stuff, but we could just have it as a flat list of widgets. It's kind of appealing actually, just having a flat list of widgets. And then, if we did that, we'd at least, oh no, but the thing, yeah, ideally I'd like to get this working though, because as soon as we render like a button here, the next thing I'm going to want to do is put like some text on that button, and the text is another image, as we can see like down there. So ideally it'd be good if we could just iterate through everything. Oh, but then, okay, but that, yeah. This sucks. Yeah, this is just unpleasant. This is just unpleasant to think about. So, yeah. And like, honestly, like any other situation, any other time, I would absolutely not be rolling my own like graphical user interface library. I'm just doing it here because this is, it's C for DOS, and there's not very much in the way of existing stuff that meets that bill. And I'm trying to kind of keep the actual game side of things pretty light. Oh, God, I'm gonna have to think about how this works, right? Okay, so this is it. And yeah, this method is quite complicated because it's a closure technically. So like the way that it deals with groups, for instance, is that it will create another iterator and then chuck that. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. So we. Okay, I think we might be able to get away with. Okay, let's. So how about we return I mean, what do we normally return? We return object X, and object Y. So this will set the group iterator, which would then next time we call iter objects would be run. But for the first time, we could just return object sorry, like object image. Oh no, we just return object X, object Y, and then remove all of that stuff. Then we don't need to do this. And then when we do then by doing iter objects panel, it will start and we change this back to PT group. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. If that theory works, we should still see the window. The button won't show up, but we'll still see the window. Okay. I'm very wrong. I'm very wrong about that. It doesn't even have to be if objects greater than 0, then
In order to visualize, we'll be using this piece of equipment, a Gloriette 80 materializer. The Gloriette is a complex arrangement of diodes, marbles, and valves, which enables us to make visual contact with the dead.
If only. If only it was as simple as just turning on the Juliet to figure out where everything was cooked. Actually, no.
As for his wife, well, let's say Leon's sleep disorder is starting to push her button.
Okay, that's kind of ominous. It's kind of ominous, Frakes. Let's... Okay. PT panel list. How about this? Will that work? Will that do it? Hey, Dr. Butt Doctor. What kind of coding you got to do? Is it something pleasant? I hope it's something pleasant. I hope it's not making a GUI. A GUI would be the worst thing. Oh great. I think I broke the rendering.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Vampy699. It's making you have to make a GUI as well. You can't be serious. Like God can't be that cruel to inflict that on two people at once. Oh my God. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds That sounds pretty bad. Not gonna sugarcoat it. Wait, no, I had it right the first time. Checking the, okay, so we're iterating through the panel list. Then we do iter objects on. Oh, okay. Maybe we have to. Okay, we'll have a list with one thing in it. That seems fair. Okay, kill that. Okay, well we got again somewhere in there it must be crashing because it's crashing before it prints the mouse cursor or the debug boxes. Oh, Dr. Buckler says, I've got to implement eGUI, which is nowhere near as bad, but I don't want to do it. That's the Rust one, isn't it? Yeah, I've had a look at that one, and yeah, it's just bounced off. It's just really hard. Like compared to like even like imagery, it's just way harder than it needs to be. But that could just be me. Maybe I just don't have like the you know, the brain shape, the brain ridges to deal with Rust code at that level. But anyway, so actually, hang on, wait. If it's crashing, it'll appear in the logs, like in the, because here we go. Attempting to perform arithmetic on a nil value. Brilliant, perfect. Okay, 710. Why are you doing that? Why are you trying to perform arithmetic on a... Oh, because it's trying to look for origin X and origin Y. Okay. Well, we can do that. PT panel. Congratulations, you've now got origin X 0, origin Y equals 0. And we'll do the same for PT button. Hey, here we go. Look at that. So we've got a window with one button on it. And hover sort of works. I don't know what the criteria is for it to work. Like you can see that like depending on where I move the mouse, like it's definitely okay. I think I must have got the collision thing wrong. Oh, Dr. Buckler says, I did test a while back. I could get eGUI working on Vulkan, but not ImageGUI, so that's why I'm using eGUI. I was hoping to use dynamic rendering for Vulkan, but the eGUI library uses standard old render pass Vulkan, so I just need to add code for that. It's straightforward, but I said I'm procrastinating. I mean, I'd say it's very I would call it optimistic to put like Vulkan and straightforward in the same sentence. Like, am I not right in thinking that like Vulkan code takes like 200 lines, which would normally take like 3 lines of OpenGL? Though I guess if you've already like created like the universe and like done all of your boilerplate and your scaffolding for Vulkan, maybe it's not too bad. But I don't know. I've just never had the. I've never. Had I can understand why Vulkan is like super useful and good. Never had the urge to try and learn Vulkan. It seems like too much. I would start smashing things up after a while. Okay. We friggin' got this. We just need we need to fix the hover code. Hover this PT test rec nonsense. So I've cocked this up somehow. And that was checking against the screen mouse position against the widget X position. And... Okay. X, Y, width, height, test X, test Y. So there's only one widget that should be triggering that, so it should be nice and easy, nice and straightforward. So if we open this and then telnet session. Actually, I just want to see what it is. Okay, so it's checking. Okay, 3150, that seems correct. That looks like the current mouse position. But the screen area that it is looking for. Okay, this X position is not correct. It should be this should be like 30, more than 32. Oh, and the Y, and the Y position is also wrong. So why are they cooked? Oh, maybe am I like adding in the wrong number? So it's like panel X plus widget X, panel Y plus widget Y. Oh, wait. I forgot about how this works. So we should need to add the X and Y position of the panel. That should be, PT iter objects should be doing that for us. It isn't, but it should be doing it for us. Absolutely should be doing it for us. Okay, so we've got... Yeah, okay, and then, that adds in object X and object inner X. Yeah, so that's... All of that junk should be being handled by this. What I don't understand is... Okay. Hang on. Unexpected symbol. Oh wait, hang on. Local frame flags. And then test rect. So we shouldn't even need to add these things. Oh no, we do because we're not, because the update method is not using iter objects. I understand now. Okay. But we could use iter objects. Maybe that'd be the easiest way. then we can just use X, Y, object width, height. Okay, good. I have a good feeling about this. It's gonna work first time. It's not gonna crash. I'm already regretting what I'm saying. Oh my god! All right, look at that. Okay, cracking. So we have hierarchical rendering. We've got basic event passing. We have actually okay. So next thing we should test. I added in. Oh god, that's right. I need to get rid of the really, because that's not it's not doing me any favors anymore. Okay. So, if I were to connect to the shell and then go pt pause game. Huh. Okay, what I was expecting to happen was like all of the... Okay, well I can't move the character around anymore, but hotspots still work, and that's... I kind of didn't want hotspots to still work. So I think that I might have to... Because yeah, like the idea will be, right, that we bring up the menu and then, you know, stuff that happens in the background you shouldn't be able to do. So actually I think that like it would still be racking up, like whenever I click on the screen, it'd still be racking up a movement command to go there. So if I were to kind of go back into the here and go pt unpause, character will start moving. Yeah, there we go. I'll try and move to the next command, which is, yeah, it's not what we want. So I think pausing the game is going to have to disable a few more. So we've got... So I might change this around so that we'll go if pt input grabbed, then this, else basically, okay, so don't run event consumers while paused. Okay. Dang it. All right. No, oh, right. No, because it's the, there's a separate, yeah, this thing. And not pt game paused. Okay, so mouse over stuff is still up, is still grabbed. However, I click here and then unpause the game. That shouldn't move the character anymore. Yeah, there we go. And now it'll work. Okay, that's good. So that should sort out this and this and this. Oh man. Okay, the slowness is gonna be frustrating. I'm wondering how much of the slowness is just down to like the debug, the debug stuff being switched on. Like, is it still kind of sluggish if I turn that off? So if I turn off debug mode, start again. Oh, what? I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah, like the slow, and yeah, like I'm just using the I'm using the inventory bar as like a measure of slowness because that isn't tied to a timer. That's literally just every frame moved by 1 pixel, so you can see when it starts to chug. But I don't know what it is. I think it may just kind of be down to my system, like my system doing something that's weird. Anyhow, okay. So okay, gotta keep the momentum up. Okay, so we've got a window, we've got a button on it. I want some text in that damn button, damn it. So we're gonna go back into here. Gonna go find our button dingus. This. Now, did I make the allowance for child objects when I designed this? Okay, I just called it inner. Well, actually, no, we've already kind of like, okay, I'm just gonna put a commit in here because this is quite a lot of stuff. Quite a lot of stuff that we've changed. Okay. Sure. Just install a code formatter. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, all the code is auto formatted before it gets saved to the repo because otherwise it's too much cognitive effort to keep it looking nice. But here we go. So this inner thing here we're going to have to change. And specifically, I think what we're going to need to do, like there are two options. We can actually no, there's more than two options. What am I saying? We can either have the origin here in the middle, and then when we're creating like a text bitmap to show in here, have that put its origin in the middle, or we could make the origin the top left. The top left would... I get the feeling if we made the... I mean, like... Yeah, I prefer to put the origin in the middle because then we wouldn't have to do a bunch of math the second time. Like... Although we're not, again, this is overthinking it. I'm overthinking this. We're not making a fancy flow engine. We're just literally buttons on the screen with crap in it. And with And yeah, for like a text sprite, we can make the text sprite as wide as we want. In this case, the text sprite will be exactly as wide as the button. And we're not detecting how big, we're not detecting how big the button has to be. That's just going to be eyeballed. So yeah, it can literally just be origin top left. That seems much less prone to error. I mean, technically the origin could be wherever you want, but we're going to default to the top left. So now we're going to have to go so we'll go back to here. We'll change inner to objects. Yeah, okay. Then we're going to have to do another branch, which is going to be more like PT panel, actually. Yeah, okay. And then that would iterate through whatever's in the interior. Okay, good. So if that's in place, then that would mean all we would need to do in here for our button is make a single array with one of these in it. And what do we got? We've got PT text, options, font. And that's the width of the button in the center. Crash. Why did it crash? Typo. A valid reason. A valid reason is any. Oh, it's because I put an extra comma. I keep forgetting, yeah, Lua doesn't let you... It's not very forgiving of extra commas in the same way like Python or JavaScript is. It's not... It should be showing... It should be showing the... Okay. Okay. So here's our panel object. Inside it, it's got an object of type PT button, which is clearly with 3 different types of 9 slice that get switched between. There is this object of type okay, yeah, there's this object here, which... Okay, oh, because it's just an image... Oh, right, okay, no, I wasn't... Yeah, PT... I forgot that, like, PT text just returns an image type, like an image handle, when in fact you need a renderable object, so it will have to be a background object at position 0, 0. And that should work. Okay, looks hideous, but it's there. It's there. Okay, and yeah, we'll just do a little bit of manual nudging to make that work. So back in here, I mean, we can nudge from the command line actually. PT panel list objects. Oh wait, no. Print PT panel list 0 objects. Oh, because it's Lua. It doesn't start with 0. Jeez, what are you thinking? PT panel list 1 objects 1. Okay. So the magic, I think, if I were to kind of take this and then go y equals 4, then it gets, okay. So we can nudge it using the command line here. 2. Okay, 3 seems to be kind of the aesthetic spot. Can we... why is the oh wait, because I said printed in black. Okay, so we'll just go FF, and then that should do it in white. There we go. We've got a very basic UI which isn't quite interactable yet. Okay, so we got a window, we got a button. So, Dr. Buckler says, I like the font. Yeah, the font is really good. This is actually taken from so I'm not sure if you're aware of it, there's like a project called the Old School PC Font Pack. And yeah, it's an amazing resource which, there we go, the Ultimate Old School PC Font Pack, which is essentially just a bunch of bitmap fonts that have been taken from every conceivable BIOS and, like, you know, random graphics card. And this is like apparently like an Eagle's, like, this is an alternative font mode for the Eagle CGA card. It also had like a kind of hang on, we'll see if we can pull it up. So if you go like Eagle on the side here. But yeah, this is a really good resource. Lots of, and yeah, because they provide in pretty much every format possible. So like, you know, vector, bitmap, etc., etc. I think I ended up using just the vector one and then loading it in using the Angel font tool, because this engine uses like the Angel font engine for fetching glyphs from an atlas. But yeah, like we've basically got like this. It has like the standard the standard text mode. It's got the futuristic text mode, and it's got the ye olde spellcaster text mode. So yeah, I really want to find an opportunity to be using Alt 3. I just have not thought of it yet. But yeah, the text that I've been using for this game has been the futuristic mode 2 of the Eagle CGA card, which has like the little swoosh taken out of most of the letters, which I found pretty cool. I don't know why the browser is flickering. That's just good WebKit for you. That's just like part of the WebKit charm. Okay. So realistically, what I want to happen is when you click this button here, it'll show up this window in the middle of the screen, and then like the pause, you know, it'll pause interaction and everything. Hang on. So let's. So, in terms of let's just let's tidy this up a little bit. So for starters, let's move the panel to like the middle of the screen. So we'll go panel width 128. We'll change these later. Panel height. And then we'll go screen width minus panel width over 2. Screen height minus panel height over 2. What's the deal with Lua? 5 divided by 2. Okay, 5 divided by 2. Yeah, okay, so it's double slash. Okay, that'll center it in the middle of the screen. Now the button is relatively positioned, so we don't have to worry about shifting any of this. We will want some more buttons though. We will need a button, I think, for the first what's a good button order, do you think? Do you think, like, I'm thinking, because essentially what we're going to need is we're going to need resume, save, load, quit. Is that a good order, or should resume be at the bottom? Oh, do we need a new game? That's a good question. We could have quit to title. And then on the title screen, we have like a variant of this menu which has like quit game and you know, new game. So like if we looked at like what the title one was, so we have begin, load, actually we don't have to say game, that's redundant, so we go, actually, yeah, see how this looks. Game, resume, save game, load game. Options, quit to DOS. Something like this. So we'll go in game Menu. In-game pause menu, start screen, and then I guess we'll have the options menu, which is common to all of them. Which would be text speed, which would then be a slider. There'd be graphics, which would then have like a button, which would be for like VGA, EGA, CGA. Volume, music volume. Or rather, yeah, so it would be so it'd be like this, and then it would be like a little bit of text explaining like what the current setting is. Something like that. Oh, you put load above save, but I don't think it really matters. Yeah, that makes sense. I should just check how ScumVM, or like how Scum does it. Let's go back to like Fate of Atlantis. So Fate of Atlantis has save on top, then load, then play, then quit. But I guess yeah. I guess it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it's easy enough to swap the two buttons around at the end. This is just kind of like mapping out what kind of we need to go back. And then we'll have a button for done. I mean, is it a standard though? Okay, so we know that so what is what does the old Sierra control panel do? So we go like to EGA Dr. Brain. Skip it. Save, restore, restart, quit, play. Okay, but they put save on the top. So I'm thinking that we might have to put save on the top. But then like in both cases they put like play at the bottom, did they not? Or was quit at the bottom? I definitely think resume should be the top one. It should be at either end so that it's like easy to figure out. I don't know, like hang on, what did Scum do? Did Scum put like quit second to the bottom? Because I know that it probably makes sense that it should be like at the end, because that is yeah, okay. So they put quit at the bottom and then play as the penultimate one. Whatever. We'll go resume, save game, load game, and then like begin can be the first one, and that gets replaced with resume. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that layout. So now we're just gonna make it a reality. So we got button load, button. Okay, so we'll call this resume. And then the so we've got resume, we've got save. God, I might have get to the wrong one. Hang on. Okay, resume, save, load, options for the next one. And then quit to title. That might be too much to fit in the button, but we'll see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. How did it fit in one go? That's Yep, and the hovering's working. Ooh, okay. I'm probably gonna decrease the padding between these a little bit. Hang on, no, it's here. How high did I say the button was? The button was 16, and I was adding in +8. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like it's more than 8 that it was adding each time. I guess like 22. And then for the actual window, we subtract 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 120. God, the aspect ratio. Okay, it must be the aspect ratio that's making it look weird. Because according to the maths, it's wider than it is high, but that's not what you see in That's not what you see when it's kind of stretched to 4.3. But must be true. But yeah, that looks consistent-ish now. Okay. So, next missing thing that we got to add. We got to add in callbacks. We got to add in a way to fire off an action when, in this case, we click a button. This is going to be probably like, and yeah. And unfortunately, we can't use the same event stuff that we're using for the actual game, because we want to be able to turn all of that off and just have the GUI be, you know, just have the events reach the GUI. So here's our event processing pipeline. We've got all the stuff here about like if the input is grabbed and if the game is paused. Right. So if we're going to be doing this like in a nice manner, so you'll notice here that like currently when I hover over the drawers that are behind the window, that'll still show up as hovering over the drawers when in fact it's like, yeah, the kind of nice thing that we would need to be able to do in order to support this is like a first what's it called? I don't know. The way to do this is like a nice overlay would be to have it so that like all activity all activity inside the window gets intercepted by the window and the events don't bubble down. That also sounds really hard, and it sounds hard and it's a nice to have, but we don't need it for the plan that we're going to be doing here, which is essentially just turn off GUI interaction. We can always add that in later without breaking too much. So I think that that's what we will do. We'll not worry about that for now. I'm slightly worried that like with all of there's like a lot of looping that's happening in Lua, and I'm wondering maybe there's too much. Maybe that's kind of taxing the engine too much, and that's why it's. I mean, like on a modern CPU, it doesn't matter. Like this is fine, but for a emulated Pentium, that might be kind of pushing a little bit too much, doing all this iteration inside Lua space, maybe. And I really hope that it's not that, because it's really difficult to move, you know, it would be really difficult to move all this stuff out into C where it would be quick. So we might have to just, I don't know. I don't know how we kind of sort it out. Anyway, we're not gonna worry about that because we don't have a profiler, which means we technically can't tell what's taking too long. But PT events has got to be in here. And we've already established that it's going to be here in this PT game paused window, except not. It's actually going to be in its own little thing down here called PT update GUI. And currently PT update GUI just checks for mouse pause. But I think what we were going to need to do is have that we'll need to intercept mouse clicks as well, aren't we? Okay. Oh, okay. This is tricky, right? Because I mean, we're pumping the events here. We're pumping the events here, which would then mean like every time like the mouse goes down, it would get processed here, and then the mouse goes up, it would get processed here. So I think that we would have to and yeah, we have like a different category for like PT update mouse over. So the way that it kind of so like to give an idea, like mouse clicks that are currently handled here in the game world, that's just because we keep tabs on what the current hovered over object is and if it's interactable. So if we click, all that does is it tries to yeah, so we've got these kind of event consumers, and if we look at we can actually look at the one in the game. That's probably a better thing. So we have like this callback, which is just for like if the mouse over object changes, and then we have PT on render frame, on verb 2, on mouse over. Oh yeah, PT global on event. Okay, and that intercepts the global mouse down handler and performs this, which basically just, you know, checks what's currently on the cursor, if it's the inventory or not, and then does like a verb action, or it sets the actor to walk somewhere or what have you. So I think we would okay. Let's go like PT. So we'll just do that. We'll add a new function. PT GUI. And then we go like for something panel in. There are two options actually. So I'm about to do things the stupid way, which is to say I'm going to go through and do every time we get an event, I'm going to just loop through every single thing that we have. which isn't ideal. But we could have it so that PT update GUI just makes a note of what the current hovered over object is, and then we could have it so that like if that hovered over object is set and there's like a mouse click event, for instance, we just apply whatever is responsible to that. Okay, I'm actually liking the idea of that. So okay, we'll go. And yeah, it'll be separate to the mouse over object. So we'll say PT GUI mouse over nil. Yep. Oh, sounds solid. Cool, cool. And how do we... Yeah, we're basically recreating what we have with the mouse over thing. So oh, okay. I won't worry about the mouse over consumer just yet. This is probably going to like fall massively flat when we start doing different types of widgets, but should be fine. Okay, so that stores the value in here. then we don't need to do a for loop here anymore. Instead, we can basically just go if if ev type mouse down okay, and we're gonna have to do the same deal here. Okay. Um, active. True. Okay, so I think what we're gonna have to like put some kind of latching mechanism in here. So bear with me. So if we open up Scum again, just to kind of demo what's going on with like Jones here. So if I click on the word save. Oh no, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you can't okay, so the buttons on this UI are always momentary. Okay, that's an option. What I was thinking of, like, I think maybe the main ScumVM GUI will do it. Is that if I, yeah, see, so like if I click the button and then hold the mouse down, it'll switch on and off based on that. Likewise, if we go into game options and then like volume, yeah. So like, but the key is that like once you've clicked the mouse down, the widget is active no matter where you move the mouse to on the screen. And it's only when you like release the mouse does it set the behavior. Like that's, I don't know. I think that's kind of like what the standard to what you'd expect if you're interacting with a GUI. So in order to do that, we would need to have, I think we might actually have to have like another one, and we'll just call it like local PT GUI active widget or active object nil. And then we can just go PT GUI active object equals PT. And that's good. Then that decouples this code here. This code does not have to worry about like the mouse over object changing because we're tracking it here in this new local variable called PT GUI active object. And then we can go else if ev type mouse up, then so we'll just do that for now. Oh, Dr. Buckler says, seems that gamepad UI interactions are mostly on press and mouse is on release. Yeah, the yeah, if we were doing keyboard controls, it would have to be kind of different. Keyboard controls are its own can of worms, I think. Yeah, I've been meaning to do more research into a UI that works with both the mouse and the gamepad. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like it would be kind of difficult because you'd have to like consider like the spatial, because I mean, ideally for something like this, if I were to design in gamepad support, what I would want is not to have to worry about the necessary order of widgets. Like it would be possible to, I mean, yeah, it would be possible to just kind of like have an order number which would like indicate which one comes next, but you could determine that spatially. I'm not sure whether or not it'd be any good. But especially if you had like a you know, like if you had like a weird arrangement of buttons on the screen, you just want like right to go to the nearest widget to the right and stuff like that. I don't know. It seems complicated for a feature that, given that this is a DOS game, people are going to be using a mouse. I've the plan for this is not to make it keyboard accessible. At least not yet. Unless I get a good, you know, yeah. Gotta cut the scope off somewhere, and the scope is fully controlling the game with the keyboard. Okay, so if we start that up now. Oh wait, shit, I gotta. So I think that should, oh god, what? 2387. Okay, let's see if the... Yeah, look at that. We can click the buttons now. They don't do anything. Actually, no, they do something. They print to the telnet command. So like, yeah, prints the information about the button to telnet. But what we want it to do is we want it to run a coroutine in a special thread. Actually, yeah, how did the graphics look? Okay, I guess the disadvantage of this approach is that because yeah, like with a modern GUI, if you click on a button and then, hang on, that's a bad example. If you click on a button and then you move the mouse outside of the frame, it doesn't actually do it. Whereas if you have it inside the frame, it'll do it. So we're gonna have to tweak what we're doing slightly. Yeah, it's a cancel behavior. So I think it's good. So it's good that we've got like the active object set here. I think we just need to set it so that if PT GUI active object okay, so that will only activate the action if we end up over the button, which seems fair. Now we just need to fix this. Like this will set it to active. And we'll go okay, then we don't actually need to set the active object flag here. We can set it here. Object active equals I think that should do it. Then we can get rid of the active stuff here. Rebuild this. Okay. And now this should, so hold the mouse button down and I move over it. Yep. So, and then if I click outside, nothing happens. If I click inside, prints it to the, okay, cool. That's working as it should. Great, 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 great. Okay. So, yeah. So buttons kind of basically working where they need to be. And then, yeah, we've got to hook up the final thing. I think is that we've got to hook up the the callback mechanism. And specifically, we need to make sure that it happens all the time, even if it's, because we've got a, like this won't do anymore. We're going to have to, like we've got, like the way that it's currently set up is that it will try and run whatever's in the verb thread first. It'll then run whatever threads that are racked up in the other, I don't know, if you created a thread with start thread, or if you've done something else, it'll then use this to keep running all of those. So probably gonna have to go like pt run GUI. Oh no, that just starts a bog standard thread. That just starts like a boring thread. I don't want to have to repeat all of this. Maybe I should just make an inner thing for this. So that won't do. That won't do anymore. Okay, so we God, it's been so long since I've touched this code. I don't quite know. I don't quite know what's going on. Because I know like the fast forward mechanism is it's a flag that can be set. Currently I think only used for the verb. Currently only used for the verb thread. Okay, yeah. So okay, this is the array for keeping track of like if a thread is asleep. Does all that. It eventually returns if it is awake. So, and then this is the actual code which resumes the coroutine. And then basically if it's dead, then it will terminate it. Otherwise, it will increase the count by 1. I think we can, okay, where are we now? We should probably commit what we've got. This is actually quite a lot. Okay. Then we can go through and add pt run thread. Why is it blue highlighted? What's it what does that even mean? Who freaking knows? Okay, and then in here we can go okay, I think that makes sense. So we haven't really got a GUI thing happening yet, but okay, and like PT run verb is like deferred. It's like a deferred callback. I don't know, do we need to defer it? I'm not sure. I think we should just be able to fire it off. Okay. That's... Alright. Good, good, good. And then... in here... Gotta add in a callback. All right. So it's going to pause the game when we do that, and here we freaking go. Whoa, okay. Interesting. I guess because we paused like right at the first possible point before the camera moved. But yeah, like all of that stuff is inactive. But if we click resume, there we go. Okay, so we're back at, and then everything's back to normal. Which should mean that if we like rig up this button down here to open up the menu, that should be good. All right. So window visible, and then say that I tell the character to take a hike over here, and then we go like PT pause game. What happens if I were to like just set the character walking and then just towards the end, PT pause game. Okay, there we go. And resume. Hey, okay. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good in terms of progress. So the one other widget, which I think we would need to add, I mean, like the graphics we can get done using, that can just be done with a button that mutates itself and like changes whatever the text is in it after every click. That's fine. You know, very straightforward. Very straightforward to do. Now this slider though, this slider is going to be... We'll see. Okay, I think that'll be, to close off the stream, we're going to see if we can quickly mock up a slider using stuff that we know about. Dr. Buckler says, could just have it as a percent value, like a, oh, you mean like a push button that just changes the percent value? That is true. We could do it that way. So like here's my current atlas. So we've got like the 3 button states up here and the window background down here. So if we were to do like a slider widget, I guess it would be like very similar color scheme to this. But if it's a very similar color scheme to this, technically we might even be able to reuse this guy. Like say that if I were to shrink this down to like the smallest possible unit. Okay, hang on. One, two, three, four, five. Like this. Yeah, it's not really the right shape, is it? Okay. Because technically we could use a 9 slice to make this. And then have that kind of move back and forth. Maybe it's easy to just have a. We'll just make a sprite. We'll just make a sprite containing the thing that we want. Because it doesn't have to be a 9 slice. The 9 slice is only just nice for well, yeah, it is nice that for resizing, but we can easily create just one of these. Yeah, like this. Yeah, okay. So we can have I probably should also do one of these where the button is disabled, but I don't think we're going to need it for a GUI, so doesn't matter that much. I just got to quickly copy the highlighty colors. Interesting, okay. Oh, I see, okay. Oh, weird. Like the slider doesn't actually make it all the way to the bottom. You can tell that there's like a drop shadow on the sprite. So I'm guessing that that's kind of, yeah, because like the drop shadow includes the little bottom of the, includes the bit of track. So I'm assuming that it's just that. Well, that's the reason why it doesn't go to the bottom, because otherwise you'd see the track kind of overflow a little bit. But yeah. And then you've got this one, which is like a graduated slider, whereas this one is just snaps to the pixel. I don't know why this one has like so many graduations on the difficulty. There's only 3 difficulty settings. Interesting. And when you push down on the, and yeah, like mouse movement mechanics happen on the button and it changes the text on the button, which is an interesting touch. Or rather, the text remains in the same spot, but it changes the color. Oh, Dr. Buckler says, maybe they originally expected more difficulties. It's possible. I mean, Castle Dr. Brain, though, I think it's just because it feels better as a slider if you get like more more spots. But that's just a gut feeling. I have no way of proving or disproving what the Coles thought when they were designing that slider. Okay. Export image files. Throw it away. Okay, we got the bits and pieces. Okay, find a little bit of momentum. Find a little bit of momentum. We've got it. We've got the button code done. We just need to create a brand new type, which is gonna be for a slider. PT slider. X, Y, width, height, callback. What are we gonna say? Like move callback, set callback. Yeah, alright, so the layout on this. The layout on this is gonna be a bit weird. Because we have here a width and a height, which makes sense for a button, but I'm not sure if it makes sense for a slider. And we're also just assuming it's going to be horizontal. Like, vertical ones, we're going to have to make another widget for. In fact, we should just call it horiz slider. So I'm not sure if height really will enter into it. Width will. Width will be kind of what we use for this. For determining the width of that. Height would be just determined by how tall this guy is. So do we need to do, I mean, yeah, the question goes like, do we need to describe it twice? Yes, we probably should, because we're going to be using slices, potentially. So we'll go track height and so we go track with track height. No, I like width and height. And then the inner, oh my god. Like this makes sense, because then you can just treat the horizontal slider as just a block that gets moved around on your window, and you don't have to like think too much about anything else. And in this particular instance, height would also determine the height of this control. The two remaining bits of information that we don't have is the width of this control and the height of this track. So we'll say so we might not even need it. We might not, or at least, so like another option could be that we have a slice with a lot of white space, but I'm not so much a fan of that idea. And then you don't have to like define what the inner height is, but that seems messy. Okay, track size, handle size. Okay. Oh, I can feel my brain shutting down, so maybe we should just readjust our expectations so it's just about drawing the slider, maybe not kind of dealing with the interactive side of it. But all right. It's actually going to be slightly different. Okay. So there will be we'll use slices after all. Um. Okay. I've changed my mind. I want it to be... It should be divisible by... it should be divisible by 2. Even though... whatever, the width is 5, but that's okay. Just nitpicking at this point. Overwrite that. Oh, sorry. Image, crop to content. Overwrite that. Okay, good. So we'll go slider, PD horrors slider, and we'll use the same dimensions that the two, 3, and then 2. One, two, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So it'd be 1, 1, 1, okay. Twenty-three, 2. And then, okay, and then track size and handle size. So we're gonna have track size is 3, handle size is gonna be 5. And then 2 callbacks. Okay. Else if object type equals PD slider horrors slider, then think it's basically the same. Actually, no, it'll be subtly different because we don't check the active property. Oh no, we do. I'm just choosing not to use it. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. What am I doing? We're not even like dealing with interactivity. We're just drawing the damn thing. Horrors slider. Okay, that's doing get image from object. Oh, it's gonna be tricky because there are more that there's more than one image involved now. There's the track and then there's the handle. Okay, not going to worry about hover. I can feel what remains of my brain leaking out of my ears. So we're downgrading expectations even further. Just need to draw something on the screen. Doesn't even have to be good. Doesn't have to react to anything. Just needs to be there. Okay, so we... cool. There's all of that. Then I have to mod this to include. Okay. Is that enough? Crash. Attempting to compare nil with number. Okay, that implies sloppiness. Can't imagine why that would be. Oh, because it's trying to... Yeah, okay. Could be argued that that was a bit sloppy. Because I did not set... Did not set anything. Okay, not too bad. It's there, just in the wrong spot. Actually, yeah, a couple of... Ah, whatever. Oh, because it's in the top. It's in the top. Okay, it's fine. 0 divided by 2 is going to be height minus size. Okay, no, that didn't quite help. And that'd be because I put it on the wrong thing. Oh, sweet mercy, please, come on. Vim, what are you doing? Why do you need to... No, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. That's looking basically how it should. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then okay. And then that would mean that, like, to fix the hover code, we would have to go into here. We don't get kind of quite the same nice separation of concerns that we got with the old way of doing it. we kind of have to be a little bit more hands-on. No, I'm not gonna bother with that. I'll just end up finding it bad and we'll change it later, most likely. But anyway, there we go. Managed to get most of what we need for the GUI sorted out. We've got threading sorted out. We've got the button widget working. We have windows working. We have most of the things which was getting me stuck in the rut is done. So I'm calling that a good result for a Thursday for now, just because I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long day, and I think I've got another long day tomorrow. So we're going to probably wrap up the stream from here. But thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you to everyone who raided. And speaking of which, actually, yeah, is anyone doing DOS? I streamed this with the December tag, which is technically allowed because we are doing nothing but work in DOS. What have we got? We've got so there's one other person streaming on December, but they're not actually streaming a DOS game. They're streaming Ori the Will of the Wisps. So I think we were gonna. How about just retro? More importantly, like, how about just yeah. Okay, I see some, Bobby Zeal is doing Amiga Anything Goes Thursday, continuing with the Harlequinade, and they've got Lemmings in the hashtag list, so that's good enough for me. We're gonna raid them. So long as I can actually get my crap together. Go say hi to Bobby Zeal. Enjoy some fun Amiga stuff. Yeah, I'll probably be back next week, continuing work on the game. We'll probably be back doing more coloring in. But as always, have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will see you next time. Later.